big area to cross. So if we can do it, we'll get over that arc.
Welcome back, YouTube. All right, let's get it.
Yeah, we can do it. Knock it out of the park.
If we take out 6, 5, 7, that's just going to trigger the false move. So we'll know that we have at least a deadline to the top. This is exactly what we were talking about earlier. If we want to hit those targets, the higher targets that we have for this relief rally, two things have to happen. One, we had to hold 635. And two, this cannot be a slow week. We got to move, keep the momentum going. There is an off chance that we do put in the highs first week of August during 2023, I believe. We ended up putting in that high on the first week and then ended up with the red month. But I'm still sticking to my 2 red months ahead of us thesis.
It's possible, however, what would kind of tip that for me would be 67 4 to 67 8, and I would be more inclined to say that we're getting out of the woods there.
My my
yeah.
base case for this relief rally before continuing down was 65.7, but my bull case is a rejection off of 70. I think a rejection off of 70 sends a shot across the bow.
That's possible, yeah. But I think that because of the way the lines work out, I think we can hit 70,005 and then not come back underneath 67 or 68 too.
What happens when
It depends on
ES
how
goes down, though?
which way you go up, right?
What happens when ES and NASDAQ go down, though?
Yeah.
I don't see us holding these lows unless somehow they pump. They just continue the party on legacy for the next 4 years or something. Unless Wars comes out and just does an incredible cooking of the books and they start cutting rates or something.
Yeah, that's
You think he'll get it? You'll think he get what he wants? Well, obviously he's gonna get what he wants. But how long do you think until they remove energy and food from inflation?
I think that would take a little bit of doing, but because the market is still, if we get the signal on the FOMC day on the press conference that they did not take energy into consideration because of the war, that and calling the energy repricing as a temporary
Transitory.
Yeah, not in the way that Yellen did. That's not what I'm saying. But what I'm saying is the reasoning behind the increase in the oil prices. It makes sense that, it's revolving around geopolitical issues, right? So not necessarily taking it out of the CPI basket, but understanding the reason why there would be that consideration. Because listen, we have been tightening for the longest time. Interest rates are really high, very high. Credit card rates are high. People can't afford their payments and so on. So tightening up again right now is a little hard to swallow.
That's what's so scary about this number.
Yeah.
It's like what we're sitting at. Hold on. We're sitting at 34% chance of a raise, which is low, but it's high enough to be scary. Like,
Right. And I think that that's why we got that. We were so close to topping 67.1, and and we just shot down. But I believe that the buyers were already in July 1st on institutions. July 1st marked a kind of a big point in the chart, and you noticed a lot of buying at about 60,700, which and you double that and you're back up to all-time high area, right? So those portfolios aren't going to want to see a lag. You know, they're going to be holding their Bitcoin from if they bought at 60,007.
Yeah, but they're gonna, in my opinion, they're institutions can't buy all of their coins at one go.
No,
Right.
but they've
They
been
have to
buying since,
DCA. They have to
yeah.
DCA it down. I have to, as soon as this is recorded, I'm gonna send you the link to today's class. I just went through a complete like have we bottomed like checklist
Okay,
of
please
like,
do.
yeah, of like it's like an hour. But yeah, I'll show you. My whole thesis will be there. There's just so
Well, I'm
many
sure
dominoes that are left to fall that I
that's
can't see
true.
how we sustain ourselves through all of that. And we're just starting to see exchanges go down now. It's like it's starting to
So do
smell like the
something for,
bottom.
yeah, it is. Do something for me and look at May 19th and then look at where we are today from May 19th. May 19th to me was a crucial move. And if you go to here, 60,
May
oh, hang on,
19th, you said?
yeah, May 19th of this year. And then back from there, go to January 1st. Because January 1st on the monthly, I just messed up my chart. I gotta redo here. All right, let me see. Here's May 19.
Careful here. We're starting to roll. We need to hold this 15. I know we're on the 15-second, but trust me, if we come into this gap, it's going to read as a rejection off 65 again. Mm, let's see. Was that today's class? Did I misdate it?
Today is the 26th
Okay, that's
of July.
hold on. I'm going to send you that link right now. It's just the end of the class, really. You just want to go to like
Just the end.
the last 40
You mean,
minutes.
oh, well, I will watch the whole thing.
Oh,
You're
that'd be
just
great.
sending me the end?
No, I'm sending you the whole thing.
Okay.
We did a full sort of cycle. It's cool. It's actually like it'll catch you up on what we've been doing
Of
because it
course
was
I
like
know it's cool.
it was a read thing. You're on two or you're on the other one?
Send it to BJ2 because
Okay.
that's my mobile.
Okay.
Yeah, the other one is I would have to disconnect from the stream. Okay, we're at our 65,420. And there's a liquidity box right up here between 65,788 and where we are now. There's a liquidity box. So we might top out about 65,788 if we continue to push above 65.5. That we're almost there to 65.5. It's 65.513 on my chart up to 65,788. And that's the edge, nearing the edge of the this top of this triangle, and it gets into the secondary edge. So this is a big spot where we could see a rollback down from there. And then we would want to hold, the most bullish case would be to hold above 65, 420 and not close any candles underneath 65.3. But again, we have tomorrow morning, so that test will be right here. And if we're still inside this this arc, then we can find a pullback to 65,000, which is at about the 382 on the 42-minute chart.
All right, give me 1 second. I will be right back, y'all.
Okay, did you send that?
Yeah, I sent it to you.
Okay.
I think we could sweep this entire vector range and signal our false move up. But I also think that these vectors are going to be paid for. So be careful here. Give me a second. Y'all be back. I need something to drink. I've been talking for like 2 hours.
You there, D-Block? So my phone just died again. I don't know. I haven't had time to do that cleaning. But anyway, I'll have to watch it as soon as I get some more charge. Right, so invalidation on the 3-minute for a continued up move is 65,212-ish. And it wants to go back up to 65,385 or better. So on that's on BTCC. On OKX on this chart here, the invalidation would be just a little bit higher because this see how this exchange has got a little bit higher price than the BTCC one. That's 65,384, and over here is 65,410. So it's just a tiny bit different. So you can see we're getting a little bit of a lift here. Sometimes we get this lift and then we get smacked down again. So we just have to be a little bit careful. So the top edge here, again, is 65,513. And then if we cross over that, then we can look at possibly attacking 65.7 to 65.8. We may slide up here and then roll back down to that 65,270 level. So this is a test area right here. So Ethereum broke that 1945 that I was talking about earlier. That's a 1950 something. Currently Ethereum's at 1961 on Binance. And then remember that that top line was I think I said 2023, but let me just double check. So for a pullback on Ethereum around 1938 for a higher high on Ethereum on the 8 hour is about 1980. Current longer term target on Ethereum right now for me would be 2665. Again, that's not tomorrow. I'm just saying that if we continue on a upward trajectory, that's where I would set my sights for right now. Okay, so if we remain in the upper part of the range, it would mean that we would not lose 65,360. And then if we fall underneath 65,220, that would mean that we came under this important line of 65,279. And then following, if we do get that move below that that line of 65,279, we can expect a further decrease down towards the 50% mark on the 3-minute, which would be about 65,109. And then, like I was saying earlier, the this line here, 64,975, that would mean we would take back this part of the move, right? And we would do a full rotation back and possibly, fall back under 100% would be down to 64.6 again. Remember, we talked about 64,666. I took my long trade at 64,630. That's where I entered my long. So we'll see here now what happens. But I closed an earlier long because I missed the high when I was doing TA. So I missed the pump. So so that's why I closed that one out. Otherwise I would have kept that one going. But the earlier trade that I did was from 63,000 970, I think it was 63,970. It was right about here from this morning. Right, close to a half an hour before our new daily candle. So this is the amount of time we have left, 30 minutes. And we're on this angular, so we might see pullback here towards that 65.2. And then again, if we lose 65.270, we could come underneath down to this 50 MA. You see this 50 MA here, about the 50% mark of this move, which would be about 65,109. Then if we cannot hold that as support, then we're looking at possibly hitting back underneath 65,000 again. And then we've got our 200 MA down here at 64.8 currently. So half an hour more, these moving averages will push up a little bit more. But if we get a quick sell-off here, we could find ourselves in this gap underneath the green triangle. You see this? So that could either, depending on your outlook, be a buying opportunity, or you could think of this as a small short, or however you trade, or wherever you are in the market. But overall, we have not crossed that arc to top yet. And there we just tapped that 65,279, and we bounced back up rather quickly. We'll see if we resolve back underneath it. Bulls are still fighting here, but bears are more in control on the early time frame. Okay, we want to see the 3-minute close above the 65,420 and then hold that area, well, for a bit before we come into the new daily open. It's likely that we do a little ping ponging here, so be cautious. All right, there we are over 420. We're at 65,450. Remember, 460 is that 3.6 on the 24-minute right here. See, 65,360 is right down here. So we're above that, but we're below the top of the range there, 65,584. Again, that's OKX chart. Right now, we've got a possibility of a move up to 65,579. That's the high-end move. And then if we can get that and close over 65,630, then we're out of that arc. On the downside, again, remember this 65,279. And then below that is that gap. again, if we get an acceleration down here, we can go down below 65.1. So be watching your levels. Okay, so we lost that number. So now 64.8 is in play here. We'll just have to just wait and see if we cannot hold this line at 64.970. If we lose 64.970, like I said, 64.8 is there, and then if we lose 64.830 on this chart, then we're gonna test where that 4-hour breakout was. That's this line here. At, let me give you that, 64.706. So returning back over 65.109 would be an indication that we're possibly going to try to retest that 65.270 line, and then try to reclaim 65.5 and make another attempt at a high above 65.580.
Stop it.
All right, we're almost on top of that triangle. We just popped it over. So now we need to see if we can make a, excuse me, a pump back up over 65.5 and break this curve up there. So that would be about 55.569. Of course it is.
What's going on, beautiful people? I am back. What are you guys up to?
Watch for some headwinds at 65 410. So the 420.69 zone is in play here.
My Discord was muted. Hey, BJ. What's going on, everybody?
Did you have a good dinner?
Oh, yeah, I'm so stuffed. I'm like overly stuffed.
Oh,
It's good though.
you're gonna get sleepy then.
Yeah, yeah.
We'll have
Hopefully I
to
get to
keep you
sleep at
awake
a
some.
decent hour tonight. My sleep schedule has been all over the place.
Well, you
4 or 5
usually,
o'clock in the morning. It's been bad.
yeah, yep.
All right, well, we retraced the 50% of that vector, y'all. That's the cooldown I was looking for. Let's see if we can grab the rest of this vector above us here. What are you guys trading? Mm-mm. Let me set off for the 800 on the 1 minute. I was gonna go to the gym after I ate, but yeah, it's not.
Because you're too stuffed, or you'd rather
Yeah,
watch the
I'm
chart?
just stuffed. I can't. I'm gonna go to the gym like this. I'm gonna pop something.
Oh boy. Did you ever um hear the story of my cat, the uh, Billy Bob? I think the last time I was on, I was telling that story.
I'm not sure. I don't think so.
So there's this little kitten that kind of just showed up at our house, and we couldn't figure out where he was from, but he was, a baby. So, but he didn't have a tail, poor thing. So my son named him Bob, of course. And then, of course, because we're here in Kentucky, then it got to be Billy Bob. Well, he went down to the neighbor's house to see if they might have been missing a kitten, and they said, "Well, no, but we really like him, and we named him Bob." so,
That's funny.
so then my son was kind of upset because he wanted to keep this little kitten, and so he just walked back up to the house, and then a couple more days went by, and the neighbor where the kitten was born lives across the street. And so my husband was asking him, if he knew about this cat. Well, of course, he said, well, yes, he was born here. And but if you'd like to keep him, be my guest. I'll let your son have him. So then the neighbors walked up to our house and said, well, have you seen Bob? And so my husband said, well, yeah, he's been hanging around here. And I said, and you can't just tell them that he's hanging around here. You have to make it clear that
Yeah. Put your foot down. This is our cat. Okay. Back off.
yeah, right. Because so now my son thinks that we had this cat, so my husband just basically gave it away again.
Oh my
So
God.
then the other neighbor called and said, well, the cat's in our backyard if you want to come and get it. So my husband went over there and got the cat. Well, the cat's never left since that day. So
Good.
Billy Bob likes our house.
Nice.
So it's pretty funny. I don't know. It's like
But like, we
the
really
community
like the
cat
cat. Yeah, I
in the
do
home.
too.
Oh, so he's about to get neutered here pretty soon.
Oh man, he
He
should have
was
stayed
making me
outside.
that. Yeah, just to stay outside because we have cats in the house already, and then we have 4 dogs, so I'm not going to bring in another cat. But it's fun to have him outside because anytime we go out there, then he's always trying to follow you and everything. I've never really had a sole outdoor cat before. But in this area, it's not a big deal because we have a lot of land and, there's really not a risk of him getting run over or anything like that. Unless he goes down the driveway and decides to go back to where he was born, which I don't think he will do.
The cat I have now is literally called Outside Kitty. Like that's his name.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Oh.
I don't like to
So
name
you'll just
outside
run by
cats.
him?
I feel like they're free. They're not mine. It's just like,
Yeah,
but then he kept
yeah.
coming around and then he'd come inside to eat and then he'd stay a little longer. And then he stayed in the house for probably like a month or two. And then he got out. And when he came back, he had gotten into a fight. Like,
Oh,
another cat had taken his route because he'd
yeah.
spend that much time in the house. And he was like, yeah, I'm good. I'm inside now. And ever since then, he hasn't gone back out.
Well,
I never did give him a name though, so his name is still Outside Kitty.
that's so cute. What color is he?
He's like tiger, like brown,
Yeah,
black tiger tabby. Yeah,
cool. Well, I'm glad you have another kitty.
yeah. I'm. They find me at the universe kitten distribution system. That shit is. Yeah, it's got me locked in.
Oh boy.
You know what's weird? My house is like, well, me particularly, because wherever I am, but cats come here like sick to get better, and then they leave.
That's interesting.
Yeah, it sucks because you get attached. You find these
Yeah.
little things, and they're like all beat up, and you're like, "Come on, man, I got you." And then they get better and they leave.
Well, maybe one day they'll return.
No, I've got the
But
one. I mean, I've got mine that stay, but there's just so
yeah.
many cats outside, and I can't see a cat outside without like putting some food. And so you can imagine, like, there's cats
Mhm.
know there's food here.
Well, that's why they uh seek you out.
Hmm. That's cool. I think cats are good judge of character. I take it as a compliment.
Yes, they are. Well, let's see if we can hold this number here.
Mike, we watch for midnight on Monday just as a sign that market makers in control of price action. That's all it means. If not, then we trade by momentum. Either way, we trade by momentum regardless. But we don't count on the inventory swing. It's still too early. We haven't even free trap loans. Uh-oh. Got a kitty in the chat. Yes, always feed the kitties. It said meow. Food? He got a picture of a little cat
Oh, cute.
in his profile. That's hilarious. Yeah, yeah. It just lets us know directionality. Yeah. And remember, we don't always want market maker in control. To go parabolic, market maker has to lose control. So we don't root for control or lack of control. We root for clarity.
So do you hear a buzz on my microphone when I talk,
Let me
or
see.
some kind
Hold
of
on.
beep?
Say something?
Do you hear some kind of beeping or anything?
Not right now. No, you sound good.
Okay, because somebody was saying in the chat earlier that I had some kind of noise coming through.
Discord's been really bad with audio lately. I have no idea why, but even in class, it picks like 2 or 3 people and just mutes audio for them. No apparent reason. You
Oh,
don't
that's
get
strange.
you don't get to listen today.
Ah, that
Yeah.
reminds me of that Seinfeld
No
episode,
soup for you.
"No Soup for You."
No audio for you.
I was watching some Seinfeld episode shorts or whatever, some, small 5 to 8 minute takes on YouTube last night. I was laughing my head off. I forgot how much I missed that show.
The simpler life back then. You just sit around. It was so empty minded, like not empty minded, but so unpreoccupied that you could just sit and laugh at nothing, right? Because the whole show was based on nothing. Like even
Yes.
admitted, like it has
Yes.
no plot, no, it's just
No.
life. It's a different time. Can you imagine what would be going through your
Yeah.
head right now watching a whole hour? Like you said, you got to watch shorts. That's about all we can take before real
Yep.
life kicks in.
So yeah, there's one episode was where Kramer was pretending he had a job. He was at this like a corporate office trying to run the copy machine, and then the CEO or boss called him into the office and said, "Well, I'm not real happy with your work." And anyway, there's the long and the short of it. He says, "You don't know anything about business. Where these reports don't look like you know a thing." And he says, "Well, I don't work here." And he said, "Well, we have to let you go anyway." "Well, I don't really work here."
Yeah, can't fire
And
me
it's
if I
too
don't
dang
work here.
funny.
That's funny.
But
Mike, I'm having some problems with TradingView. They pulled the indicators. I have no idea why. I've got to contact them to figure out how to get that on. And the terminal is like on the last stage of beta. It's not released yet. You guys will be the first to get it when it comes out. I've had so much fun building that, but every time I'm about to release, there's like a brand new feature that I'm like, okay, we gotta have this.
so this is the problem, isn't it? That when you get going, it's like something new keeps popping up, and you don't know
It's
where
bad.
to put a stopping point. I know.
It's bad.
It's like
My
I've been
my
trying to
AI
write this
set me
book.
straight the other day and like literally like and it's sad because this is what people in your life should say. Right? Like there should have been a human that told me this. But
Yeah.
AI was like cuz like I said ever since the bull market, I'm like when we get to the bear market, that's when I'll start to build, right? That's when we're going to start to add things
Mm-hmm.
to the Discord and da da da. Well, I never assumed that we were going to have super brains to help us do all of this. So my list of things to do sort of got filled really quickly, got done with. I've got everything to like 99% finished. This was like 5 months ago. I was going through this. I'd gotten
Mm-hmm.
everything about 90% done, but every day I was building something new.
Yep.
And AI was like, you realize that because of your ADHD, you're just avoiding the boring part because you don't get any dopamine and you're sticking to the creative part, but you're not getting anything done. You're like churning
Yeah.
your wheels
I
here.
I I I understand it, what you're going through so much, because I do the same thing. It's like the wheels keep turning, and the pile from before just keeps getting lower and lower because you're not finished. You have these unfinished things, but yet you've got new things building. I don't know.
Yeah. So
Oh,
I just stopped, right? I stopped creating and then I spent like a month and got everything done. And then now I'm sort of back up to where, okay, I've got a couple things that need to get done and I'm still like building new shit every day. I'm starting to fall back into the same, but we're getting close to the end of the bear market. I need to get everything done. Like I want the shit running at, full capacity and on
mm-hmm.
all cylinders so that we can just focus on the bull. You know what's funny? I heard somebody say the other day, I can't wait
What's
for the
that?
bull so that we can just relax.
Right.
I was like, "Oh, you poor thing."
Yeah, you don't know what's gonna hit you.
This is the relaxing part.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
I mean, it is
Oh
nice to
my
put your
God.
feet up and buy your long-term bags and all that, but yeah, this is the relaxing part.
So do you remember the days when you could hardly spend 3 minutes looking away before you'd have to say, "Oh gosh, I gotta how many when am I gonna take profit on that?" And oh, oh, this one's hitting. You got 15 of them going off at once.
No,
Ay ay ay.
it's good though. I think we're doing a good job. I'm comfortable that we've gotten people that are brand new and haven't been through it, like up to the point where they're going to be at a better starting place than I was during my first bull market. That's for sure.
Yes. All of
At
us.
the very
That's for
least.
sure.
Mike, it's gonna all time frames, right? Because it's just structure, but we usually trade on 5 minute, 1 minute, 5 minute, 15 minute, because we're day trading. But those same structures will play out on the weekly, the monthly. And then right when we're all comfortable with what's happening, all the tourists show up.
Yep. That's why it's gonna be good for you to have all that
Oh
done. You
my
can just
God,
point them
yes.
to the
Yes, yes, yes.
point them to the classroom.
I spent an entire year answering what's a vector candle, what's a like,
Mhm.
and just and it's cool. I think it's good because repetition helped a lot of people, but it is definitely going to be nice to have somewhere to point them. Yeah,
Well, I commend you for all of your hard work and
thank you. I appreciate that.
dedication. We're getting a thunderstorm here, so I'll turn off my mic in case
To you, D, what is the toughest pattern to recognize for you? When a relationship is ending, or is that too broad? You talking just charts? Nah, chart patterns I'm good with. Like, what do you mean? I thought everything was fine. No, dummy, you haven't looked up from the chart for 3 months. Oh, nice, Issa. Hell yeah. Very cool. Once Cypher School is done, we're going to pivot a little bit more into AI classes, right? Get all that sort of figured out. And then 2027, right? Probably the beginning of 2027, or I don't know, I have to time it out. Depending on what the market looks like is when we'll do our next semester. The entire semester was like 5, 6 months long. So that's gonna be a once a year type of thing, or else there's gonna be serious burnout. I mean, it feels good, right? It feels good because all your shit is going up. But with that comes stress, with that comes pressure. That's when your psychology is really gonna pay off. It's not hard to take profits during a bear market when you know it's a bear market, price is going to go back down, right? It's hard to take profits during a bull market where that little voice in your head is telling you, I'm going to wake up and this shit's going to be up 300% or something. That fear of missing out is a lot thicker during the bull market.
It's a real fear though, too, in the bull market.
Yeah, it's just the bull market has its cycles just like everything else. I don't want anybody that's new to think that even if I hit my date, October 5th, 6th, perfect bottom hit, that we just go parabolic from there. Right? All we're trying to time out is what's the lowest point of this cycle going to be. But there is a lot of consolidation. There is a lot of sideways. There's a lot of down during the bull market. It just doesn't go lower
There's a lot
than the
of down
lowest.
during the bull market. Oh,
Yeah.
sorry, I didn't mean to talk.
No, you're right. I mean, it's true. I mean, if you just look at it, right, and you look at the monthly candles, how many truly parabolic months did we have? Right, we had 1, 2, 3, a little boring sideways, 4, 5. Even if we add the boring sideways, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 months out of 3 years, right? How many down months? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So the problem with getting in and out of position is you can't be greedy about your reentry. Right? Because people that try to time this out is cool, but if you miss one of these months, right? And the problem is you will miss it because price will come down, you won't buy the low, it'll go, and then you'd be like, well, I'm not gonna chase, I'll wait for a retrace, and before you know it, you're in month 2, having a buy higher. So that part can get a little stressful. But that's why we have separate bags, right? For compounding. And remember, depending on the country that you live in, the point of that early bag is to get through capital gains. You don't want to be at the end of the bear market, right? And you're looking at the chart and you're like, I think this is over. And then you check your position and you're like, I've got to hold this for 1 more month or I'm going to have to pay capital gains tax. You want to get that capital gains out of the way and get into that long term as soon as you can so that you have some flexibility. If your plan is to long hold anything, depending on your country, obviously, but I'm on. That's why I don't understand walking away during the bear. Coming into the bull market once it's already started, it's like hopscotch. Like you're waiting for the perfect time to get in, and that time already passed. Most people will come in. Let's assume it gets down to 48, 45. Most people will come back in when we're back around 70. And the number one question will be, do you think it's going back to 45? And some of these YouTubers will just lie and say, yeah. Yeah, I think it will. Don't leave. Stay here. But it's a messed up feeling. I have to tell people, nah, you kind of missed the bottoms game.
I'm going to do a lot more shorting this bull market.
Yeah. Sometimes it's easier than leaving a position. Taking that hedge short.
Not even hedging, just more shorting. But I know last year was my first bull market, so I was just always bullish.
Yeah.
Yeah. And there's times that it is not, kind of like how the relief rallies, in the bear market.
I mean, the same cycles that we play now play out during the bull, right? The only difference is when you get a false move up and we go into a 3-day down, you didn't just make a little bit of money. You have the opportunity to increase your coin count. That's another thing. Like, whatever prices we get down to, I know there's people out there that probably have a specific number in mind, right? Like they want to buy that one Bitcoin. And whatever dollar amount they have to spend, that's the price they want Bitcoin to come down. And I understand. I've been there. Trust me. I remember. Like my friend during the last, what you call it. But the lesson, and I always bring him up because it's important. He was like 3/4 of the way to be able to buy a whole Bitcoin. And he didn't. And then he decided he was just going to trade alts because if he couldn't get a whole Bitcoin, it wasn't worth it. And we all know how the alt game sort of ended up, right? So what I tell him all the time, and he said he's going to do it this time, is even if your goal is a whole Bitcoin and you can't afford a whole Bitcoin, you have 3 years to trade up to that. Taking very low risk, just taking sort of obvious reversals, taking little chunks of your position and compounding for more coins. Just don't get tied, don't get tied to a dollar amount. Don't get tied to a coin count. Well, it's for anything really, right? First of all, if you're going to trade anything but BTC, it has to be outperforming Bitcoin, right? That's your number one rule aside from everything else. Literally, that's basically your only rule, right? You're either making Bitcoin during the bull market or you're losing it, right? If you take money that could be sitting in Bitcoin and you go into an alt, and that alt is retracing against the Bitcoin pair, you're literally losing Bitcoin, no matter what your fiat number says, right? Versus just buying and holding. That's the whole goal, is to beat buying and holding. Right? Everybody's goal should be to beat, even if you don't plan on buying and holding Bitcoin, even if you plan on just trading alts, your goal should be to beat the percentage if you would have just bought Bitcoin and did nothing. Because if you can't beat that percentage, then what are you doing, bro? Why all the stress and why all the, you know what I mean? Super chat. Yeah, bro. Compounding. W compounding. Appreciate you. But you get what I mean, right? Like, it has to be outperforming the easiest trade, or you should just be trading the easiest trade. Not financial advice. That's just math. Anybody that was here during the last bull that decided they weren't going to, right? And you don't have to say anything out loud. But if you would have put the money that you had at the bottom of the last bear market into Bitcoin and done nothing, would you have outperformed your performance during the bull? If the answer is yes, then you know what you have to do, right? If the answer is no, I outperformed Bitcoin, I picked all the right alts. Every time I picked the alt, it went up. I got out at the perfect times. Then you don't need any, schooling from me. You got this figured out. Just do the same thing next time, right? Protect yourself. But if you would have made more money just sitting in Bitcoin, right? Or even if you would have made the same amount of money. Because remember, it's the difference between sitting and doing nothing versus stressing the ups and downs and the entries and the staring at the screen for thousands of hours. And that you got to put all of that shit into consideration. Spoiler alert, very few people outperformed just buying and holding Bitcoin during the last bull because it wasn't about coin selection. It was about exiting. If you didn't exit at the proper times, you gave back everything at least 2 to 3 times during the last bull market if you were trading alts. So one big sweep that takes everything, cool. A lot of people could have avoided that, right? 2 big sweeps that take everything, maybe. But 3, and then followed up with 10-10 as the cherry on top. What amount of people do you think actually outperformed buying and holding Bitcoin? You can make your money early during bull markets. The majority of my money was made in the first half of the last bull market, not the last. Right? I harvested my Bitcoin gains at the end of at the top of the, the end of the bull market. But the majority of my money on alts and different trade, that was all made in the first half. Right? Jasmine runs and the early gaming run and some of the early narratives we had. Then those profits sat in Bitcoin very calmly and just did a slow chug, 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 right? Up and to the right. Nah, it's not, it doesn't have to be an either or. Right? There's a time and a place. For the most part, first of all, alt season, that whole alts go crazy, that's not to the last half of the bull market. In the first half of the bull market, you're going to have alts that go crazy, but it's not going to be all alts. Right? It'll probably be a lot of new cycle alts, brand new teams, very low valuations, things like that. But if you do the math, you can still buy your alt. It's not a Bitcoin or alts thing. It's a where do I put my money at what time during the cycle? Right? If Bitcoin's going to outperform off the bottoms, then just look at it like your dry powder that you use for alts is bubbling up in Bitcoin instead of sitting in the alt that's running flat or running slower than Bitcoin is. Right? You can buy $1 worth of ETH, or you can turn $1 into $1.50 worth of Bitcoin and then buy $1.50 worth of ETH. If that makes any sense. But we're going to go into that a lot more in depth once we get closer to those times. And it's about proportions, right? It's not about not buying alts. For me, it's about having the largest amount of my portfolio in the asset that I know is going up. And then taking from that portfolio to put in assets that I think are liable to outperform. And then once they do outperform, taking it back and putting it where it came from, right? If I can turn 1 Bitcoin and buy an alt and take my profit and come back to Bitcoin and buy 1.2 Bitcoin or 1.3 Bitcoin, that's how you play the game, in my opinion. But that's why you got to figure out right now if you're orange pilled or not. What's the goal? Is the goal more fiat or is the goal more Bitcoin? If the goal is more fiat, then you don't care what the Bitcoin value is, even though the Bitcoin value will get you more fiat if done correctly. But if your goal is more Bitcoin, then you can't stomach the thought of losing Bitcoin in an altcoin trade, because at the end, that's the whole point. I said it too. We have to be really careful not to take the lessons we learned in this bull market and take them into the next. Right? Alts didn't run for a reason. If we're in that same monetary policy, if it's restrictive, if we're tight, then we can assume that we'll get the same sort of play out. If the money printer's going and monetary policy is loose and money's flowing, then that's a whole different story. I think personally, if you ask me, that we're about to have a utility bull run. Right? I think alts do run, but I don't think it's going to be memes. And memes will run, but that's not what I mean. I don't think the main attention is going to be. The main attention is going to be in the picks and shovels, right? The rails that actually run the system. Now that institutions are in, now that governments are giving them their backing, then there's an entire system here that needs to be built, right? Which means we need Web3 equivalents of Web2 companies. Yeah, payment rails for one, stablecoin rails, RWAs, right? The machinery. If they're going to build the machinery, then we have to invest in the picks and the shovels. Because winners are getting chosen. It reminds you of like when you read about the .com bubble. That in the beginning, anything that had .com in front of it just went up and to the right. And then the air was let out of the bubble. The air wasn't let out of the bubble because people thought that the internet was going to fail, right? It's that we realized we don't need 73 search engines. So I think that's what we're going into, right? We don't need 34 L2s. So our job is going to be to identify brand new companies that have a competitive moat and that answer a question or that fill a need that this new digital economy is going to need to succeed. Everything that basically got ignored during this bull market, and because of the fact that it got ignored, are sitting at some crazy cheap prices. I was going to do this deep dive only because, like I said, I promise y'all, if I do my research, I find something interesting, I'll bring it to y'all. This isn't going to be investable probably for like 4 or 5 years. But I'm excited about it. So I feel like I have a responsibility. It's this new biotech company. We'll get into the details, but they basically just reversed the signs of aging on human skin in a lab by 30 years. and it's not a peptide. It is a when I get into the deep dive, we'll go into it. But let me tell you something, and it's topical, right? You're talking something that goes on a lotion, so it doesn't need, it's not considered a drug, doesn't need FDA approval. But let me tell you something. If this thing does what it says it does, it's a $2 trillion company, easy. But they're not publicly traded, and they probably won't be for a while. They're still doing funding rounds for accredited investors, which unfortunately you guys don't really have access to.
Well, let's see what happens in the morning. Where do you think Oracle is going to bottom out at?
Who knows?
Right.
That thing's
I
got to
think
get
Oracle-
going first before we. It's all going to depend on the velocity of how it drops.
Oracle could be bouncing now. Have you seen the chart?
Yeah, I saw it. Give me a second. I'm trying to get this. Trying to get this done. Not done. Yeah, I saw that regrowing teeth thing. That's crazy. We're gonna be getting catfish so nasty in the future. How was your date? Bro, I found out she was 125. Yeah, Monday night, Eastern Standard. Oh, where the hell did I just put? BJ, did you see the video? I don't know if she's still here.
Finish it. My phone died when I started watching it,
It's all
and
good.
then I had to leave the house for a few minutes. So yeah, I'm gonna watch it here in just a minute.
You see our little Bobby character?
Yeah.
I love it.
Very cute. So with this skin product you're talking about,
Mm-hmm.
does it have to be undamaged or already, does it work on already aged skin
Yeah,
as a
that's what
repair?
was crazy about it.
Right.
So basically what it does, it's an enzyme, just for the TLDR, that so sugar binds to your cells, right?
Mm-hmm.
To your blood, but your blood, you get brand new blood all the time. But the cells in your skin and cells in your hair, they hold on to it and it becomes like a crust, right? And then that crust goes sort of aging you and whatever. So this wipes that off.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, exactly. Glycation. If you give me 10, I'm just running. I gotta edit to make sure that the script came out right, and then we'll do the deep dive right now. Again, this isn't investable for probably many years, but I like to be early, I guess.
Well, if you're not early, you're late, right? If
Hmm.
you're not first, you're last. Isn't that how that goes?
Yeah. All right, let me get this going. Grab this. Give me like 10 minutes, y'all, and I'll have it going. It was developed by AI, which is how I stumbled on it. I'm always looking for like new AI discoveries or like what they're using AI for exactly. And apparently this was developed by AI. AI face cream. We got AI face cream before GTA 6.
Who owns Claude?
Claude owns you. Nobody owns Claude. Nah, Anthropic. They're losing money on that, by the way. It's not a great investment at all. They're about to IPO and try to get some money out of it, but
The woman that worked at Oracle told me to be concerned about that.
I mean, it's another IPO that's coming up. But did the girl at Oracle rush in and buy the SpaceX IPO when it came out?
I don't know.
That's sort of the
I was gonna
same thing,
but
right? Like the buzz. And we saw what happened with SpaceX. So.
basically she said if you were to invest in the tools that she's using over there.
Yeah, everything in due time. I think after Anthropic IPOs and then goes down, it'd be an easy buy, just like SpaceX, right? 1000% buying SpaceX out of these ashes. But that's completely different than standing in front of it and throwing a big bag of money at the IPO. Remember, that's the exit plan for the company, right? Anybody that worked at SpaceX, they need to IPO so that they can sell their shares so they can get paid for the last, however long they've been working, go retire, buy a house and a yacht. Going to be the same for Anthropic. And then after that, the OpenAI IPO comes out.
I think fair value for SpaceX is around $67.
Just crash
that
it
what
as
you-
much as you want. I got a really small like pre-sale allocation just because I was offered it. I'm like, you know what, screw it. Like, very small, but it was at 135, so we're well underneath.
Yeah, I bought 135 too.
Yeah, we're well underneath that. So, but I just looked at it as my first DCA.
Yeah. No, I didn't have any problem buying 135 because it when you're for a stock, for me that's a hold for a long time. It's not
Hmm.
something that's going to trade.
I agree.
I'm thinking of it almost in like a Amazon or a Google, something like that,
Circle. I've
possibly.
been DCAing in the circle for months.
That too. Yep.
All right, let me add the branding here, and then I will be ready to listen to little thing. We do these deep dives like every other day. I was doing them just for Cypher School before, but we started just doing them on YouTube. A little something for the late night crew that isn't here for class.
That's cool.
Yeah, I figured do something with the research. You're doing the research anyways.
Mm-hmm.
Do something with it. Unedited? Unedited. There it is. AI will ruin gambling? I don't know. Maybe. Who knows? I know I'm building a poly market bot that if done correctly is gonna take the gambling out of gambling in a way. Hey, are we done? All right, the clankers are done. You already know Stacy's gonna go crazy over this face cream shit. I can already hear her voice. And apologies in advance for anybody that this is gonna be boring for, but my deep dive on the drone stocks was boring too until they went crazy. But in this case, there is not going to be a quick return on this. My goal from all of this is that it just stays in your head. And when the time comes and the company IPOs, you remember the name because of this deep dive. Or because you're still here and I'm still talking about it. They're only on their first funding round. Like Google put some money in. This is like big companies. Nobody, I don't even think accredited investors have been able to take a swing at this yet. The one thing that I did find in the research is that as of right now, the enzyme is too large to be absorbed by the skin, which means it would have to land in the drug basket. And if it lands in the drug basket, then we're talking about years. If it lands in the lotion basket, that means it could come out in a week. It could come out in a month. It could come out in a year. So I'm going to be following the boring shit, right? Like how small they're able to reduce the size of it. When that shit does come out, though, if it does what it says it's supposed to do, you're talking a $2 trillion, $3 trillion company, easy. Yeah, I can just imagine now the hand creams and the face creams and the. Let me download.
So I'm picturing it almost as bad as a what was that doll? Cabbage Patch Doll rush to the store to buy the product.
Oh
Oh
yeah,
my gosh, can you imagine?
who wouldn't? Like everybody's gonna.
I'm serious.
Yeah. All right, so let me see. This goes here. All right, we're almost done, y'all.
You get a nice little push up here to try to reclaim that 65.5 area. So hang on.
Mm-hmm. There you are. Sit, boo boo, sit. Yeah, I'm going to right now, Tuck. I'm going to see how we react to Daily Open here, and then we're going to watch a piece of content on it. Got you. $15 really leaves a lot to be desired on this push here. Right. All right. We're going to go into this piece real quick. Like I said, this won't be investable in a while. And depending on what basket it lands on, it could actually be out soon. And it's not just for the ladies. Some of you fellas out there look like footballs. All right. All right, YouTube and Discord, can y'all hear this? Put a 1 in the chat. I'll unmute. All right, everybody's good.
Shazam!
All right, here we go.
Welcome to this
Claude. Thank you.
Welcome to this video on the AI enzyme revolution. We are exploring the breakthroughs in reversing biological aging, the mechanisms behind them, and the necessary reality check for this emerging field. While reversing extracellular matrix aging has long been considered a myth, Revel Pharmaceuticals has achieved a breakthrough. By using an AI-engineered enzyme, they successfully treated 75-year-old human tissue in a lab, restoring it to a state resembling 30-year-old tissue. This aging process involves glucose circulating as fuel, which slowly cooks proteins over decades. This creates chemical scars called AGEs, primarily driven by a molecule known as CML. This process stiffens collagen, clouds eye lenses, and hardens artery walls. To tackle this, Google DeepMind's AlphaFold scanned 45,000 predicted protein structures. Researchers identified fewer than 50 viable structures capable of binding to CML, ultimately selecting one from a heat-loving bacterium to build the new enzyme, CML-ACE. The enzyme was perfected through a cycle of lysine starvation and forced mutation. By forcing bacteria to adapt, the resulting CML ACE enzyme achieved a more than 10-fold increase in activity, learning to strip CML off full-length proteins, a feat previously thought impossible. The results are promising. Tests showed 52 to 97% CML degradation in human tissue, with over 70% cleared from a 75-year-old human artery. In aged skin, chemical damage dropped below a 31-year-old baseline. Longevity researcher David Sinclair called this beautiful work. However, we need a reality check. We have reversed a tag in a petri dish, but this is not ready for consumer skin creams. The path from a laboratory breakthrough to a viable consumer product is guarded by significant regulatory and biological hurdles. There are two paths forward. The cosmetic route is fast, but restricted by the FDA from making structural claims. The drug route, required for structural claims, involves long-term clinical trials. Because this technology alters tissue, it is classified as a drug with no shortcuts. We also face a biological wall, the 500 Dalton rule. Molecules larger than 500 Daltons cannot cross intact skin, and at 40,000 Daltons, the CML ACE enzyme cannot be absorbed via a simple cream. Advanced delivery mechanisms, like microneedle patches, will be required. Further risks include potential immune rejection, as the human system may flag the bacterial-derived enzyme as a foreign protein. Additionally, while the enzyme clears CML, it does not address other issues like glucosapine, which is responsible for severe tissue stiffening. Your actionable move today? Keep your blood sugar in check. While we wait for these therapies to reach the market, strictly controlling glucose levels is the most effective way to slow the accumulation of new CML damage. Ultimately, there is no single silver bullet for aging. The future of longevity lies in a portfolio of specialized enzymes acting as precision scalpels. With AI accelerating these discoveries, we are moving toward the realization of longevity escape velocity. Welcome to this video on the
All right, so just to get into the actual company itself, which is the point of all this, it's Revel Pharmaceuticals, right? It's a private company, no stock ticker, not publicly traded. Founded in 2020, I believe it's a San Francisco company. They design therapeutic enzymes that break down age-related molecular damage, targeting cardiovascular disease, kidney disease, osteoporosis, skin aging, right? They work with that doc. It's funny because we were just talking about that doctor the other day that David Sinclair do. But him, Yale professor, David Spiegel, Jason Crawford, these are all like respected people in the field. They got an $8.4 million seed round by Kizo Technology and Starbloom Capital. They're valuated right now at $15 million, which is criminally undervalued in my opinion. Even if they, listen, a lotion will be fine, but people will use microneedle patches. Even if they don't reduce the size of that, if that gets FDA clearance, $15 million valuation is absolutely ridiculous right now. So super early, right? Not even talking about IPOs yet, right? There's no data available. But in my opinion, it is coming down. It's in seed stage, like I said. Actually, between like 9 mil and 12 mil across 2 small rounds of funding. Anything else? No, they haven't raised a Series A yet, which means they're at the very least 1 year away from even considering an IPO. So before, things I'll be watching for basically are after they go to Series B or Series C round, right, and they start like phase 1, phase 2 of clinical data, then I'll start looking for any signs of IPO. Good news is nobody can buy this shit right now. Well, most people. Good news is also most people don't know that they should even want to buy this right now. So we're super early when it comes to that. But that's it. I just wanted to get that off of my head so that I can do my due diligence and let you guys know what I'm looking at. But no action to be taken, just something to keep researching on, right? Something to add to the list of check up on every once in a while. Yeah, anytime, bro. Oh, this is our Bitcoin Cypher indicator. As soon as I figure out what's going on with TradingView, I've got a bunch of indicators that I got to post. But talking about Bitcoin and buying alts at the bottom, right? This is basically going to let you know out of the top 30 alts, what's outperforming Bitcoin and what's underperforming Bitcoin. Put it into two rows for you, right? This row makes you Bitcoin. This row loses you Bitcoin. That's it. Lets you know how many days it's been outperforming for. Pretty simple. Our emerging market plays are still going. Remember, this was one of the deep dives that I did on the 3 emerging market plays. Unfortunately, the war came in right in the middle of that and sort of gave us a bit of a hiccup. But EEM, EWJ, BWO, right, all looking to put in new highs. This was another one of the boring deep dives. Right, but I'm looking for on Cypher School. Yeah, so these are the drone plays, right? This was what, 2 weeks ago we did the drone deep dives, or a month ago maybe now. RCAT's still coming down. Joe's still coming down. UMAC looks good. AVAV is coming down. ATOS is coming down. I expect these to keep coming down until the 60-day until that 60-day moratorium on the peace talks is over. But UMAC is the only one that's holding up right now. I have on these charts. What is this? Which indicator, Robo? This one? Well, if you get the urge to sell your BTC and trade an alt, or if you're about to take an alt trade, right? Then you just want to make sure that you're on this side, not this side. It's just that easy, right? All of these alts are going to lose you Bitcoin or have lost you Bitcoin, right? Currently, these are gaining you Bitcoin, right? Meaning if you sold your Bitcoin and bought Uni 30 days ago, you'd have 24% more Bitcoin. Yeah, it's for rotations. It's for rotating out of Bitcoin into alts and knowing when to rotate back in, right? Let me fix these. Hold on. Back. I'm gonna figure out why I can't see the hold on a second. Font size looks back. Right. Border color. Oh, the border width. There we go. So this yellow lets you know that poll just changed. It was in the losing bracket and now it's gaining. And then it'll let you know how many days, right? Or if you go to the hours, it'll let you know how many hours has been outperforming for or not. You just want to avoid these, right? To make it simple, holding these instead of holding Bitcoin, you're losing Bitcoin. Holding these instead of holding Bitcoin, you're gaining Bitcoin. Polygon, the dumbest name change ever. Like Poly was taken or something. Like who in the boardroom? Because you know somebody said Poly. We'll do Poly, Poly. Somebody in the boardroom said no, no, no. Whole. Dumbasses. Now I gotta sit here on YouTube and say shit like I'm gonna long poll. Pause. It could have all been avoided, Gloomy. A little bit of forethought. Look at my haircut tomorrow. You just want us to know it's you, or can you not help saying your own name when you're on your alts? Well, I mean, if there's nothing on the list that you want to trade, then that would be a sign to go into stables, right? On the retrace. The easiest thing is just the problem is that it takes time, but the easiest thing is just going to the BTC chart and saying, does this look bullish or bearish? You know, if it looks bearish, you sit in BTC. Your watch list on TradingView should be set up with the coins that you've got conviction in, and their BTC pairs. Because if you're gonna take the risk of leaving Bitcoin for a second to go make some money in the alt, it better be one that you don't mind holding in case something happens. So for that, you want to build conviction in everything that you have on your list. And if you don't, and it's just something that moves that you like to trade because it moves, and you put it down in a no conviction list, right? A no conviction folder. What time is it? Gotta go give grandma her meds and her coffee. I'm more worried about her being without her coffee than her meds, by the way. That is not Puerto Rican grandmother with no caffeine before bed. Which is weird. Do any of y'all or any of your grandparents or parents just pound coffee before bed? Like if it's sleepy time tea or something? Bro, if I have coffee past 8 o'clock, I'm always up till 5 in the morning anyways. But y'all know me, it's not easy for me to go to sleep. You drink coffee right before bed, Scott? Bro, she will have the strongest Cuban coffee right before bed. Nah, me's the opposite. That's crazy. Tito, we just did a full rundown in class. It's actually let me post it in the Discord right now. But that's exactly what we covered. The TLDRs we haven't bottomed yet, in my opinion. But if you want like details on why I think that, then we spent like an hour and a half covering it. It's gonna be in chapter 13.5, the bottom. Yeah, I went all the way through the list, bro, step by step. And we went over like a daily routine sort of thing. Yeah, that's what it is. You're just your body doesn't react to caffeine the same way. It's weird because I can drink soda right before bed, no problem. I drink a Coke Zero, pound a couple of them, go to sleep like a baby. But if I have coffee for some reason, shit keeps me up. Yeah, I could see that too. You need to get like an indica or something. That sativa had me painting the living room. Anybody with ADHD that's over the age of 30 that's painted at least one room in their house at 3 o'clock in the morning. I don't want to hear otherwise. Dangerous. You get the random thought in your head, I should patch up every nail hole in the entire house, like right now. Happens if you stay up too late too. You don't really have to have ADHD for it. If you break night, you sort of pass that line where you just get energy because you're loopy. You're like half delirious. This is the most boring pattern play out ever, y'all. But up is up, right? $15 TA. Let me go get something to drink. And we'll dig into it. Be right back. right. So I hate this. Right? You know, it's one of my least favorite topping structures. But let's give it a chance. Slow breaking W's create bear flags and bear channels, right? We know that. But let's see if we got enough momentum to get out of here. Good on our EMAs. We want to just trade by momentum and do that. Even on the 15-second, you're choppy. Let's pull up a visible range. And let's test this breakout, right? It breaks out, retests, and pulls away. It's a breakout. If it falls back into the range, you're looking at control. No different than when we're trading the 1 minute, 5 minute, 15-minute chart. See what the bobbies are doing. There's the breakout. Oh, it's a fight. Our measured move brings us to 65.6. Let's get it. I forgot to show this to BJ when she was here. Reinforcements for green coming in heavy. We haven't seen that whale tank fire for a while. Oh, hello, bulls. I mean, bears. That tank is firing. Whales are active. The grenades, the mortars, the tanks, the planes are all different level market buys. The amount of fire, right? If it's red bullets or green bullets, lets you know what the delta is or who's in control of momentum. Right? If you were to turn on the UI, it would give you all the information there. 13% bearish delta. There's going to be different modes. I'm gonna have one mode with the Labubus where they just run across the line and tickle each other. I'm mad that I didn't start doing this earlier because I would have definitely had a World Cup mode. The bull versus bear mode is the one that I've started working on, but it's not done. But if you don't like this fighting, you're really not gonna like the bull versus bear mode. But there will be more different modes. But yeah, the order book is definitely more battle like than anything else. Don't worry about Bobby though, he's safe. This is our little Bobby character. If you're in Cypher school, you know Bobby already. These are our bull hoodies and our bear hoodies. Available at the Cypher by Dbloc merch store. Yeah, think of it like laser tag. It's gonna look way cooler with the animations. I'm just trying to get everything else set up before we go down that route because I know when I get into the animation rabbit hole, it's gonna this is gonna take a long time. So remember we talked about this range, right? Those of you who've been here for a while know when you come back into a range, you don't hold, becomes a deviation. Deviations go back to point of control. If point of control doesn't hold, back to value area low. Somebody in DM said, "Why are you being a dick?" No, I'm 1000% hand to God working on a Labubu version that I'm probably gonna get sued for. I wasn't even playing. I don't know if it came off like I was being facetious or something, but I'm just dead ass serious. I made a lot of money on that Labubu short, man. I've gotta cement that for history. Bears are moving them back. I'm also working on having them actually move all the way back, right? And then having the map reset once it gets like having like the football field be $1,000, right? So every $1,000, one side or the other wins, resets. But I've got to get the mechanics for that down. That'll be when we get into the animation part. We're at value area low. If we're going to continue to range, this will be where we hold. If we break this bearish channel, then our measured move is the width of the channel. It's not a flag, right? It's just a channel. That brings you back through all this liquidity. This is invalidated at this W here. This W invalidation is what invalidates this top measured move. Remember, support is support until it's not. There's that move off value area low. The point of control, if point of control holds, you go value area high. Point of control rejects, you go back to value area low. Still haven't gotten above POC. You know it's bad when the 15-second time frame is too slow, right? But here's your range on the 1 minute. I always think the same thing when I look at that. I'm always like, so nobody? Nobody. Like, nobody wants one. Like, not even a piece of one. I'm making some final changes to the terminal tonight. I want to try to get this out ASAP. I need to try to put a full screen mode on this, like a full screen button. And it's just for selfish reasons because this would be a dope screensaver. Like a live screensaver on one of the monitors. You have news popping up whenever something happens. You know what I mean? Looks like the Houthis are up to no good. Clear up, damn it. All of this is getting upgraded today. The Hormuz section. Already got the news feed in. That's good. There's a couple of things I got to change here. And then we're going to have an external site where the real magic's going to happen. Here, when you click Cypher Vision, it's not loaded up yet, but you'll see. Coming soon, coming soon. All right, back to the top of the range. Breakout deviation did not hold. Want to control. Unless that 50 gives us some support. Let's see. Breakout attempt number 2. We'll put this back to solid when it breaks back down. I'll be right back, y'all.
Shazam!
All right, I'm back, fam. Just finishing up some research. Still having free trap longs. Just been almost in my area of interest. almost done with our vector recovery. A lot of these moves on alts were just vector recoveries. Watch. Let me take off these boxes. So what we're looking at is this drop. And how much of that vector has been recovered. XLM pumped before coming into there, so it's a little bit different. TRX didn't have tons of vectors left behind, and it didn't go for anything. Did have a vector left up top, but Soul had that vector gap and recovered it. Okay. CC didn't have much of a gap. BNB didn't have much of a gap. The ETH gap that we looked at already. Circle, MSTR. Let me go to another, let me go to the rest of the alts. Right, so look at the alts. Let me... Right, so there's the gap on ADA. Only really took half of it. AILZ didn't have one. AIXBT didn't have one. All the smallers. The majors, you're going to see AVAX hasn't grabbed it. Might not ever. The strong alts, that just to my point, right? The alts that are being traded that are strong, recovered those gaps already. If you're still sitting flat, it means that through all of this move, your coin didn't, for the most part, get any attention. We're looking for things that outperform the Bitcoin. Bitcoin still has its gap there. See? No attempt made. Yes. So now you see how well Ethereum did compared, right? Compared to everything else. And Soul already took its top. IMX took its gap. Lido. Overperforming. Link. Like coins half. Mudang. The spike up to take the gap and then back down to nothing. You see that? How nasty that is? Vector recovery, nobody got to enjoy. Not the ones that stand out, stand out. Right, and it's mostly large caps. Beautiful move on Sol. But my question, my original question when we got here was that it? Was that the intention, right? If that's it, there's nothing left to do but just roll over at this point. Sui looks like shit. Declining volume at the lows. It's sitting at the lows going flat, and the amount of people that want to buy are leaving the building. Yeah. Deep. This whole little alt run comes to an end when ETH falls apart. Excuse me. No, I mean for the end of its rally. Like that's what I mean. Like, was the intention for the rally just mean reversion? Because if that's the case, then we've already done that. We could push up as high as 3,200 Satoshis. I would love to get ETH closer to like 1,000 Satoshis. Great. 1,800, anywhere under 2,000. This mean reversion back to the 200 on the daily. Pretty clean. Mean reversion to the 800 on the 4-hour. Getting a little long in the tooth. If I was long, I wouldn't want to see us lose that SR flip. That 800 EMA will probably be up around where that SR flip is by the time price comes down anyways. But if you retrace at this point, you're just putting in a really big M pattern. But it looks decent. You're not too far from price discovery. Well, actually, yeah, you are. It's deceiving. Right now, you're just trying to ride this. Bit of an ugly pattern, but it's all right. See what I mean by like ugly? Like there's just no respected SRs. Right. Price action cleaned up a little bit. And when I say a little bit, I mean like a little bit right here. Meaning where you can actually take a line and see price respecting it. Right? You can see your SRs really trying to hold. Even there is dirty. But look at the rest of this. Down here was okay. Decent enough. But look at this entire move down. It just looks like low, just low liquidity, choppy shit, choppy bullshit that's just not respecting any levels. Right? Every single SR gets cut off. Trend is your friend to the end, right? As long as it's putting in higher lows, higher highs, just ride it out. You're looking for possible retracement points, you can just drop your fib. Right? If you're gonna put in an M pattern, it'll be at one of these levels. You got a bit of a retracement there, right? So just pay attention and make sure that, you know, but then I'd be targeting 0.5 and golden pocket at the least. Yes, sir. It's kind of hard to think of market maker coming up here spending all this money and not freeing the trap loans, though. Not that that's going to make it happen any quicker, but it doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Now this terminal is gonna be unrecognizable by the time I'm done with it. I'm working with the intelligence group now to bring all of the APIs on. Right, so that each one of our events not only corresponds with news, but has its own widgets at the bottom. Where you can click and actually go to the news stories. Everything. You'll be able to add the widgets as you want, so your desktop will look different. Right? Your desktop will be set up with whatever you think is important. No, I haven't, but that part's easy. I'm just dealing with some of the bones right now. You're just toying with us at this point. What's going on, Yoel? What we've been waiting for his ass. No, we're still above. Like we didn't lose 63.5. It all comes down to this week. For the most part. I gotta chill on this for a second. Yeah, we're way too close to this to turn around and have a false move down at this point. We'll find support here somewhere and take out those highs. I need to chill out and roll something out. My brain needs a break. I've been bugging, bro. Look at all the stuff I added so far. All right, let's go night. But we had that before, right? Geointelligence, crypto, maritime, aviation, satellites, nuclear sites. Space launch pads. Rare earth minerals. Central banks and institutions. Military bases. Crazy, right? All of that shit on this little rock. This little rock floating in the middle of nowhere. And then I added the full news functionality. You can add and subtract these all you want. You can add the set up your dashboard with whatever your interests are. But we're talking straight AP lines from world news, every continent. I'm adding video next. So we'll be able to click on a country and watch the live news just for when shit pops off and, you know what I mean? Everybody's lying to us on socials. Super dope. And then it'll all be here too, right? All the planes. Like Europe is active right now. All the boats, the tankers. I still got to add a couple of APIs to get all the shipping stuff in. But the news part is dope, right? You can go down and anywhere in the news, no matter where it is, just click on it. Going to be really good for research, man. Hopefully, you won't have to go anywhere, right? Just one stop shop. Y'all thought I was exaggerating when I told you I was nosy as hell. Can't call it a 360-degree view if we can't see it all. Yeah. I'm having to juggle and jump through a lot of third parties and a couple that I couldn't avoid but pay for. And then there's a couple that are like, is it really worth paying for? You know what I mean? Nowadays, it really just comes down to knowing what to ask for, bro. Now, it is obviously an advantage to have an understanding of how things are connected, right? Because you can build a pretty badass board. Yeah. There's some that I can't, but if I could, then we'd all be Palantir. It's like there's a reason why Palantir is Palantir. I'll be real with you. There's some shit I don't want to see though. Just enough to get an edge, man. That's all. Just enough to get an edge. Wait till I hook up my poly market bot to this. Because we're getting everything in that news feed straight from APs. And so basically, reporters are looking at a similar dashboard. By the time they write the report and give it to the editor so that it comes out on a web page or whatever, we've already seen it. The problem is curating, right? Because there's obviously an overabundance of news. So hooking it up so you're not just getting an RSS feed of literally everything that happens, and it's just too much to analyze. So you basically have to build a news team. You have to build a news team and teach the news team what's important and what isn't. So it's like having an editor, right? Like I have an agent that's an editor. And I have the reporters that are pushing forward the stories that they think are important, and then the editor is deciding. It's like a regular news desk. The hell happened here? Do we wake up one day and we look at this and this is what it looks like? Everybody's dead. It's just death and destruction and charred land. What? Oh, God. Fix it. It's all right. The fact that you notice that means you're way better off than most people. If you wanted this to W, you'd have to come all the way down. Right, that's what we're looking for continuation. We came down to the 50% of that vector, right? That's what gave us our high, but I'm gonna clear all this up a little bit. That's what we'd be looking for. If we come down to this uptrend and hold 382, then you start to be able to put in that W. But you need to come down at least to 382. The hourly will be a little clearer. Stopping volume candle. Late night chili. I see where it says you sent it, but it didn't do the animation thing. Why is it not doing the animation? W mod anyways. Shazam. Did it do it for you? Hey, there you go. Now it popped up on that one, but it didn't pop up on the other one. You know what? Maybe I just wasn't looking. But no, see, now it's on the screen and everything. right, at the bet zone. W mod. You know, I have some crazy dreams. Look, you want to see something cool? Look at the API that I just found a way to get that I wasn't able to get before. W Layton with the 5 gifties. These are crypto transactions. I'm still working on this one, right? But look at this. Broadband internet cables. Remember how I told y'all that for some reason, so like look at all the broadband, right? That's connecting all of our internet. Now watch when we get to this part of the globe. You see how they all come around Africa, right? Everything comes across Europe, comes all the way across Africa. Now, somebody want to give me a good reason why they made everything come through the Strait of Hormuz? Like, if we don't have enough issues already, that's when the Iranians were talking about taking out the internet. My current take is that we're probably going to free trap longs, but we've got to wait for it. I can't imagine they put all this effort into not free the trap longs. Welcome to the new members. Y'all make sure to thank Layton for being very generous. We're going to start doing more members only streams with a lot of the deep dives and stuff. Now that Cypher School is coming to an end, we'll be doing a lot of teaching. A lot of the stuff that we do in Cypher School, we'll be doing it on members only streams. So being a member is going to a little bit more value than just some emojis. What's going on, bro? We're still waiting to see. Like I said, I think we're going to hit that false move up, and then we'll have until tomorrow night to put in our high. Excuse me. Yeah, depending on what we're talking about, JC. If we're talking about something technical, I'll always hit the chart to try to show an example. Yeah, I mean, a lot of the background that we did was off chart. The first 3 chapters, we didn't even open up a chart. Yeah, but for the most, no, I'm always watching the chart. Yeah, we were definitely watching when the weekend orders came in. That's when we were like, you know what? Let's get back to YouTube because they're probably over there tripping. Yeah, price action is always going to come first. We've gotten really lucky though. Typically, when we're in class, price tends to just sit still and not do anything. Yeah, today's class we did a full sort of cycle review. Where are we now? Went through all the checklists. I know YouTube's gonna be happy as hell when Cypher School's done. We only got about 2 weeks left, yo. But then the fun part starts, right? Actually hitting the charts and implementing everything. Really, if you think about it, Cypher School never ends. It's just the structured classes that obviously can't be year round. I'd probably end up in a mental hospital or something, but what I do every day, guys, it's no different just because I'm not showing my exchange chart. It's literally exactly the same. Most of my trades, my TPs, and everything are set right when I take my trade. So there's not a whole lot of management that happens unless I'm like actively trying to scalp a top or something like that. Yeah, no, I know. I feel you. That's why exchanges offer those bullshit accounts to to influencers. But I wish I could show you some of the DMs that I got from some of these exchanges. Some of the smaller ones too are like really nasty with it. They're like, bro, you just have an exchange referral. Um, we'll send you over $1 million paper account, but the UI will look just like a regular live trading account. Like they literally tell you this straight up. They're like, look, you can trade and your your community will think that you're trade. Like what bothered me about it was how open they were with it, which makes me think that a lot of people are doing that. Makes me think a lot of these live trade guys are just on dashboards. If I had to guess, I think that's what that Sato guy is doing, that North Korean kid that's always just constantly losing millions of bucks. And then everybody's on his page just sending him money. Like a hardcore degen, right? He'll blow like 150,000 and then his chat will just send him super chats like do it again. Do it again. Oh what? You guys are just throwing money down the toilet. Yeah. No, BitUnex hasn't contacted me. But like I said, I've been offered it more than once, and it makes me think that it's something that probably most exchanges are doing. One dude was like, because I was like, you don't think that's a little bit unethical? And they were like, well, it's like advertising, you know? And then they were like, Stake does it. It's like exactly the same deals um that streamers get with Stake and the gambling platforms. Right? That's not real money. They're getting paid for being on there, but yeah, rain bet and all that type of shit. It's all the same thing. So it's like legally, it's not illegal, right? But it's unethical as hell, bro. Bro, money always makes it okay. Money always makes it okay. There's a couple of things. I would like to get a decent exchange listing. And by a decent exchange listing, it would be one that gives you guys like great reduction on fees. That would be first and foremost. And two, that my money, the money that I get paid by the exchange, comes from transaction fees, not wins and losses. Right? Most of the exchanges give you a a, a total amount of transactions, a percentage of transactions, right? Not fees, but transactions, which means if I send 1,000 people over there to get wrecked and blow their accounts, I make more money than if I send them over there and teach them how to trade good and they just make a little bit, little by little. So you're basically getting paid off of people's losses. That's why you see some of these big ass channels with brand new people. Bro, they throw people into 5 or 6 exchange listings and literally start talking to them about leverage on the first day. They don't care, bro. You're going to get wrecked. They're going to get a percentage of what you got wrecked for. And then when you leave their channel, they'll replace you with 2 or 3 more people. Or they'll sell you $1,000 membership to a group to explain why you lost because you shouldn't have lost, right? It was your fault that you lost. It's nasty work. But there are exchanges that pay creators off of transaction fees, and that comes out of their pocket, not yours, right? That's completely different. So I think that would be fine if it was an exchange that was accredited, legal in the United States, first of all, gave you good reductions and paid me from their end off transactions. I would take that deal. But other than that, crazy, bro. Why would you bother teaching anybody how to trade when you can make way more money just shoveling them into the meat grinder? But it would be good to get some. I'm gonna reach out to. First of all, I need to see what's up with Tangent and what they've done with this exploit. But then I would like to reach out and get some promo links for like hot wallets. I mean for cold wallets, just stuff that we need, useful shit. Like Trading View, bro. If Trading View was to give me a sponsorship where they would give everybody in the Cypher the Black Friday deal year round, I would do that shit for free. I was just smoking, Mikey. But yeah, I got checked up not too long ago. I need to go back to the doctor though. I'm a hypochondriac when it comes to the doctor, bro. Any little weird feeling, I'm there. I'm paying for this health insurance for nothing. But I'll keep it in mind. See if I realize it. Yeah, I need to put down this vape. I've been picking up that vape every once in a while. The vape does it for sure. It's horrible, bro. I stopped smoking that shit because I would lay down in bed and I would like hear like you'd hear when you breathe, you just hear the like gurgling, bro. Like if you're breathing through oil, it's the nastiest shit ever. So I stopped smoking for a long time. I stopped smoking the vapes for a long time. I just recently picked it back up again. Yeah, it's when you lay flat and you just hear all that like nastiness. Like, yeah, I'm good, bro. I used to be bad. I used to smoke 2.5 packs of cigarettes a day. It was a long time ago, though. I can't even tell you the last time I smoked a cigarette. Bro, in New York City, pack of Newport's like $12. Yeah. I do need to get my cardio up though. And start doing some more cardio. I need to go play some ball. I haven't been going to the park. $12 Newport 100s. Yeah. You sounded like high def climbing the stairs, like coughing up a lung, talking about what's this Ponzi? What are these stairs are hacking my lungs? Bro, we were, I want to say it was either senior year of high school or freshman year of college. I can't remember. But one of our homeboys, we had like a big group of friends, like 25, 30 deep. One of our homeboys, one of the youngest ones, caught pneumonia. He was in the hospital for a while. And then his mom hit us up and she was like, the doctor wants to see you guys. And we were like, what? Yeah, the doctor wants all of his friends to come in so that he can talk to him. We're thinking he's going to die. Right? We're like, oh shit. So we show up and we weren't that wrong. We get there, the doctors, we're in the like x-ray room. I guess his mom obviously gave him permission to do this. But he showed us 2 x-rays, right? Lung x-rays. He was like, one of these is a 70-year-old man that's been smoking his whole life. And the other one is your friend. Pick which one is which. And bro, and I cannot lie to you, they looked exactly the same, bro. He said, I've never seen this amount of damage in somebody as young as him. And I just want you guys to understand that this affects everybody differently genetically. And just because, you know, when you're young, you think I'll just stop smoking when I get older. You know, once I get old and shit starts to hurt, I'll just stop smoking. But nah, we almost lost him. And he was he was younger than us and smoking for less time than us. Now, obviously, he had an issue, right? Something about the way his body dealt with it. But yeah, that scared the shit out of us. So we all got scared straight about that time. I was smoking 2.5 packs of cigarettes a day and smoking weed all day. The only time I was breathing oxygen was when I was asleep. But yeah, since then I chose. I was like, look, it's either can't do both, right? One's killing me and the other one's keeping me from killing other people. Easy choice. Well, it's very close to a double top, right? I mean, technically it is. You know, double tops don't have to be exact to the pixel. Right? For the most part, that's a double top. But we're far from being able to call it an M pattern still. Right? You would have to come back and lose all of that. But it is something worth worrying about. Sure. Our past 2 relief rallies, we've put in a higher high and then ripped it. A higher high, then ripped it. Right. The reason we've done that, now this is a horrible chart to do it on. So the reason we keep doing that, right? is because these ranges, right, being stuck here, being stuck here and here creates a bunch of liquidity, right? A bunch of longs underneath and a bunch of longs above. So price comes up so that whales can sell into that liquidity. And then those sells end up taking that bottom side liquidity. Right? We keep doing the same thing over and over. Range out. Everybody shorts. Right? Everybody longs. Price goes up. They sell into those shorts. Price comes down, clears the longs. So I say that to say, there's a good chance we do the same thing here, which is why I still haven't taken 70 off the table. Right? Range. Range. build the longs, build the shorts, right? These aren't exchanges, right? People look at this and say, well, won't market maker want to go? That's not, you're talking about going up to 100K so you can know, right? Some people that short actually do get to eat on their shorts. What this is about is people who bought down here wanting to sell their bags, right? But not wanting to do it in chunks. Already had sell off here, came back up, more people sold off here, right? But to be able to really sell off, you want to come into these blues. Remember, blues are your highest liquidity, but it's 25x, so the margin is higher. If they can come up into these ranges, which is 70, reject off of 70, then they can sell billions of dollars of Bitcoin here without creating slippage, right? Which means that they don't have to sit here for a month and sell off. They can do it all in one day. Now, eventually, it'll capitulate, right? But if they sell the entire bag here, then you get a straight line down, which means that they get filled here, 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 and here, right? So they get an average exit of like that. But if they can get up into these, then they can sell off and have an exit right there. Price comes down. Makes sense. So just pointing out, right, that the last 3 times we did this, including the top of the market, right, including our tops, we ended up sweeping that liquidity to the top side first. It's the same thing that happens opposite on the way down, right? I'll go back to the chart for a second, but just pay attention to this real quick because it's important. Right? And let's just assume that we come up to 70 or 67, whatever, just a higher high. During the bear market, this is what you're going to see. Before continuations lower, you're going to sweep higher. Look at what happens during the bull market. See? Same ranges, but you sweep lower to be able to buy as much Bitcoin as you can without pushing price for the same exact reason. Bunch of longs, bunch of shorts. If you just buy $1 billion worth of Bitcoin here, it's going to do that. And you're going to get filled here, 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 and here. If you come down into liquidity, then you can buy it, get filled here. Right? And we run the same thing. Even here. It's just the way price moves. Here it did it to both sides. Right? Swept the highs before taking the lows. Swept the lows before continuing the bull market. We take this entire range. I mean, it's just over and over. Even on the small scale here. Small scale here. Did it here, but it was 10-10. You see what I mean? And then when that flips, then it's a sort of clear sign, right? That you're now in a bear. So I said that to say I am expecting the move up, right? Between 67, 68, 69. Even if we don't get to 70, I do expect to move up into this liquidity. One, because we have to trigger our false move anyways. Right? So I'd put our highs somewhere into these licks. The problem why it's difficult to guess exactly where is because you don't know how much money whales need. Not the least liquidity. It's just, it depends if you're in accumulation or distribution, right? If you're in distribution, then you're going to sweep the highs before you sweep the lows. If you look at like Wyckoff schematic, right, it shows that move. But if you're in accumulation, it's going to sweep the lows before it sweeps the highs. Or traditionally, right? I know Bitcoin doesn't have to do anything. So we're still looking for a W here. 2.5. If we get that W. I hate drawing patterns this early because people start to just assume that it's going to play out because it's on the screen. But if we can get that move down to a 382.5, so more important is that volume pops in and we get some aggressive buyers, right? But if we can get that move to that range and hold and put in our next fractal, then this next move would be what I was just talking about. That would be more than enough to give us that sweep to the top side. Remember, our relief rally bull case target is 69.2. That shit's not promised to anybody. I appreciate that, Nez. Yeah, I think people overcomplicate it, bro. Honestly, I had to unlearn a bunch of bullshit to really sort of wrap my head around price movement. Nice. Welcome, bro. Welcome. Yeah, price moves from liquidity to liquidity on a normal day. Right. On a normal day when there's normal amount of volume and liquidity providers are still needed to provide liquidity, the market moves from order book imbalance to order book imbalance, right? Or from liquidity to liquidity. When whales are in control, then you have to take into consideration the pile of money that they need to actually be able to move. If you've ever traded memes with a decent amount of money and you were in a meme that you weren't supposed to, you know that you can't just buy anywhere. Right. And if you ever have just bought anywhere, then you know exactly what happens. You get a big, massive green candle to the top side, and then everybody takes profit right on your head. So you've got to like iceberg your orders, chop up your orders, or you need to be able to move price into a liquidity pool big enough to be able to absorb your entire order. Easier said than done when you're talking about Bitcoin. Not too easy to just push Bitcoin around. Appreciate that, Viking. I like to think that we're pretty well rounded. Good morning, Thomas. Yeah, I'm gonna have to reset the stream here in a second because we're about to hit that. Well, we will hit that 12-hour mark because I'm going to sleep soon. Uh-oh. Our armies are kind of thin here, huh? Yeah, break a structure is a break a structure. I mean, it can easily just pop back up on the 1 minute, right? But that's where it starts. All real break of structures start on the 1 minute. You might want to see a bit of a continuation, all right, before you act on it. It's just like your first heads up. Yeah. Yeah, this is just the order book. It's a live representation of the order book. Resistance is all the way back at 66K. You got your support, your resistance. The fire is directly tied to the delta, right? So if bulls are winning the buy and sell war, 55, 58%, you'll see more green. The planes are whale orders, the largest whale orders. The tanks are slightly smaller. The mortars are smaller than that. The grenades are smaller than that. Everything means something. It's so cool. I always love this little animation. Yeah, as soon as it's done, you'll be able to. It's still in beta right now. So is the terminal. The terminal is almost done too, though. A beautiful little planet of ours. Let me see something. Turn all this off. You can click Cypher Vision. Oh, that's not hooked up yet. Nah, this is gonna be dope when it's done. Remember, don't forget the whole tracker part of the whole thing, right? It's like a full screener. Got your menu on the side. That's offline. It's offline too. My CoinGecko API isn't working right now. Let me see. Refresh. Give me 1 second. I'm just trying to finish one thing here. Real-time crypto transactions, buys and sells by country. Most active, and it's 5 o'clock in the morning. Yeah, it should start to get more active here soon. Eurozone. 22,000 traded in the last 45 seconds across 36 trades.
Hello, everyone.
What's going on,
Block
brother?
Kiyotaka is fixed.
Yeah, it's been okay lately.
Yeah, I mean you can scroll the chart
Yeah, yeah.
like in any direction. So I
Mm-hmm.
just noticed that like I have to notify.
I know that's one of the first things. As soon as it fixed, somebody came in and was like, "Hey," I was like, "Hell yeah!"
They should have posted on X to tag you as well.
Right. All right. Let me see if this works, and then I'm gone to bed. I don't just want to see the transactions. I want to see where they're going. Hello. Hello, beautiful. So as each center becomes the most busiest by volume, you'll see it with the outgoing transactions. $60,000 in Bitcoin traded, over 135 trades in the last 45 seconds. That's it for the day. I'm happy with that. Quite satisfied. Yeah, I'm exhausted. I'm about to take my ass to sleep right now. Whenever I'm building or creating something, bro, that adrenaline keeps me up. A dopamine rush. I need to add the rest of the major exchanges, but for right now, I just wanted to get the functionality of it going. At the bottom, it'll keep the running 45-second count for the volume. All right, family. I will catch everybody tomorrow. Let me reset the stream. We'll be back in 1 minute.